Begin right at 8 o'clock. We got a little bit left and we'll get a high sign when the live stream is on. Good morning. I'm Teddy Gotwald. I'd like to call the meeting to order. We're going to get right into the public comment section. We've got our customary half-hour period for that. With 3 minutes for each speaker. I want to thank everybody that's come. Many of you from great distances to be here at 8 o'clock. Speak this morning. We're going to try to accommodate as many of you as possible. There's a lot of you, but be respectful of each other. Try to stay with the 3 minutes. I've asked Secretary Bill Wyatt to give you a 30-second notice and then let you know when the time's up. And with that, we'll get started. And Bill, if you could call the speakers, and we won't have any Q&A in the interest of time and moving along, so we'll go from one speaker to another.
Okay, when I call your name, please come up to the front of the room so that the microphones and the cameras can pick you up and everybody who is watching back home can see you. So the first speaker is Roland Lazenby, class of 1974. Lazenby. Okay. Second speaker to sign up is Scott Jones. Jones. Okay. Next speaker is Robert Morris, class of 1979.
Good morning, and thank you to the board for the opportunity and the honor to speak with you today. Well, the late notice after 9 p.m. last night, and then I had a drive at 3 o'clock in the morning to come down for an 8 o'clock 3 minutes of fame. I appreciate the opportunity to be here. Let me begin by sincerely thanking the board for the increasing transparency and engagement you've shown over the past several months. The May 1st meeting was a watershed event. You shared it we've shared it with thousands of alumni across the country. The response has been overwhelmingly positive. Your commitment to open, candid dialogue with me and my family has been noticed. It is deeply appreciated. We understand the proposed MOU with the Cadet Foundation is still pending, but we wanted to ensure that you're aware of the confidential materials we sent you guys by FedEx, which includes some important information that's not really public for public disclosure. If you haven't received the packet, it was signed for a couple of days ago, and you can see the DOD secretary for it. We hope the MOU be finalized for the next meeting so that we can provide you some better input. The only urgent item within the packet is some concerns we had, and we'll just leave those for your private discussions. The materials also include some alumni source proposals aligned to the folks that you talked about in your May meeting. The VMI Everywhere one is which is a strategy for amplifying recruiting efforts through the board, connected to alumni and others who are interested in supporting your efforts. The Mission Ready Cadets one, building on General Ring's comments on leveraging the Guard and the Reserves. We've had some great conversations with the Department of Veterans Affairs on some ways to do that. And I think there's some great initiatives out there you can learn from Army Human Resources Command and others. We've got Unlocking Operational Excellence, which is a proven approach to cost savings that we hope to work with you on as well. And we look forward to continuing the conversations on these with you and the VMI staff that you feel appropriate over the summer. And getting you the ideas from that deep bench of alumni that's out there to help you. Perhaps we can work on a subcommittee or something with you folks, and we're interested in doing that. While we understand that not every idea is going to get adopted, we respect that this board and not any one individual holds the ultimate responsibility for guiding the institute's future, and we will always have respect for your role. Trust. Pardon?
Thanks.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Okay, the next speaker is Ken Erlinger. Class of 85. Mr. Erlinger.
He didn't get notified till late last night, so he couldn't be here.
Everybody received confirmation at the time that they signed up.
Okay, who's next?
Gene Scott, class of 1980.
Morning, everybody, Board of Visitors. This is a familiar spot for me. I'm Gene Scott. I served on the board for 8 years from 2015 to 2023. Thank you guys for having me, and I'll endeavor to be within my 3 minutes. My purpose today is just to give you a perspective from having been on the board for 8 years with what I saw relative to the superintendent's contract not being renewed. It's reluctant position for me to come and do this, because I'm not a person to get up and have conversations like this. But if I didn't say anything, then my silence would be implied consent. And from my perspective, I looked at what happened to the superintendent, his opportunity to have the contract renewed. He had 2 chances. They were slim and none from my perspective, from where I sat. I came on this board in 2015. When I did, I didn't know a McDonald appointee from a Kane appointee, a McCullough appointee. I had some great mentors when I was here, those that I seek out even to this day. With that having been said, I was told it was all about VMI. It was all about what are you going to do to improve the position at the Institute. You praise in public and you develop in private. I had some different points of view from the superintendent, but none of you in this room ever knew about it because it was private conversations. When I saw the evolution from some of the things that I said in this room and observed was that the die was cast in 2022 from my perspective. He had no chance to be retained. And when you look at some of the things that have occurred, you look at employees becoming board members, you look at the way the superintendent was covered by different organizations. You have a PAC, Spirit of VMI PAC. I read and reached out to people. And I did that when I volunteered to take on a role which people thought we were doing some dubious things. And I reached out to folks. And ironically enough, some of the folks were his brother Rex, which I want to thank my brother at Hugh Fain and the others that had different points of view than I did, but they took the time to reach out and have conversations. I'm deeply appreciative. Thank you. And from that perspective, you look at what happened to Tom Watson, a guy who was written up in magazines and books of his leadership. He was removed in his last year and replaced with somebody with less than 2 years on the board. The guy's a leader, but he was labeled as a Northam appointee, as was I. We were all for VMI. And you look at what was written about this in the newspapers. One used to be a VMI Cadet newspaper. Now it's a nonprofit. Gentlemen, you guys in the Corps, look at that and understand. Thank you guys for this, but my perspective is appreciate being here. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief.
Next speaker is Daniel Williams, class of 1997. Williams. Withers Moncure, class of 1976. Moncure. Gregory Weaver, class of 1979.
You won't need any microphones.
Good morning to be in my family. I come to you from Washington, DC, Jesuit High School. We off that bolt. My focus is going to be on the fact that we are VMI. Owners of VMI are the citizens of Virginia, in case you didn't know. Nobody's got any documents owning VMI. We have different perspectives of how VMI should be and want to be. I know in my 4 years, we had 2 Southern Conference championships in basketball, 1 in football, 16 in track. We had a whole lot of hay down. That's the VMI I know. My brother rat is Tony Hamilton. Hamilton from Staunton, Virginia. Minority. My vice president was Paul Jessup. And the secretary was Jose Gomez. That's a class working together to look at people on their own merit. I come to you as a history major. And when I graduated, what did I do? I went to work for Bell. Team that I was on gave us, you all use today. Call waiting, forwarding, voicemail, conference calls. We walk proudly as BMI people. They didn't even care about me being a history major. Said, he's a BMI man. He's gonna get it done. And that's what we expect in all of our graduates. Get it done. Board members, I don't care how you got here. I don't care how much money you got. Because guess what? You can't sleep in with 1 bed at a time. You can't drive with 1 car at a time and 1 bite of food at a time. I'm not impressed. I have a number of friends who are millionaires. And I say the same thing to them. But what I do want to stress is that you as board members, whether you want to be or not, your decisions speaks. VMI is coming, and I can do it. I can even wait. VMI's got a bad taste out here in the public. I recruit for VMI. One of my boys was the battalion XO. I'm proud of that. Folks that say they're talking about us, Washington, D.C., Wilmington at the airport. Ray, what the heck's going on up in VMI at the airport? Trying to get a rental car because I've got to go somewhere at time. I'm good.
Thank you,
And
sir.
go visit Jonathan Daniel Memorial down beside the barracks before you leave if you haven't seen it.
Thank you.
You'll find out a real VMI man.
Next speaker is Ronald Norman, class of 1975.
Good morning. Thank you very much for allowing me to speak. My purpose is to express my disappointment in your decision not to extend Major General Williams. I am reminded of a young cadet who graduated some 50 years ago. He appreciated being at VMI, but hated one thing: marching in the Newmarket Parade. The humiliation in marching in the parade was, the humiliation was in the Plain of Dixie, marching to the Plain of Dixie and saluting the Confederate flag. Despite this humiliation, he excelled at VMI. He was class vice president, and in his senior year, tri-captain of the football team, as well as that captain, regimental S3. But in his first class year, he decided to not suffer that humiliation any longer. And that year is when he decided not to march in that parade and was demoted to a first-class private. I was that cadet. At graduation, as my parents looked on, proud that their son was graduating from VMI, but sad that his coatee still showed the imprint of his S3 stripes. Yet Raymond and Lizzie, my parents, were gratified in knowing that they taught me as well as VMI and reinforce, do the right thing. I accepted my punishment. I didn't get bitter, but better, and have continued to be a strong VMI supporter. I knew the administration acted for the good of the Institute. To us, the administration and the Board of Visitors were the same. We held them all in high esteem because they represented the honor, integrity, and excellence of this institute. It hurts me to say, I don't feel the same about this board. You have decided to not extend a superintendent who has done nothing but great things for this institute. Like some, maybe you blame him for things that occurred even before he got here. If so, odds were stacked against him from day one, no matter how great his performance. VMI has had 15 superintendents. Only General Wins is the only one who's been given 4 years. Did this board make fair and impartial decisions for the good of VMI, or were there personal and hidden agendas? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thanks, Ryan.
Next speaker is Vince Morton, class of 1986.
Well, before my written remarks, I wanted, in the interest of time. Board of Visitors, General Wins, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for the opportunity to speak here today. My name is Vince Allen Morton, VMI class of 1986. I wish to congratulate the members of the new Board of Visitors on their appointment by the Governor Youngkin. Several of you I had the honor and the privilege of serving with as VMI cadets. My purpose here is to commend the courage of the new Board of Visitors in confronting the DEI and racial strife and disparaging of VMI by political forces. The BOV has displayed great courage in facing political pressure in trying to undo the damage done to VMI. I encourage continued effort to restore the honor, the ideals, and traditions of VMI. I do not wish to lecture the Board of Visitors, simply to express my views and help strengthen your resolve to combat the cancer of DEI and the racism and rage whose fire is stoked by outside political forces for their own political gain at the expense of the honor and heritage of VMI and all VMI alumni past and present. The honor of VMI is at stake. There are only two types of honor: honor and dishonor. We must defend the honor and the honorable conduct of VMI and of the VMI men who have gone before. DEI and racial division is, unfortunately, being used as a political tool in order to appease and promote a political power base based upon race and the stoking of the flames of racial strife and racial division. This is a national problem we face. The tide is beginning to turn as Americans realize that it's nothing but the exploitation of race for promoting political power. DEI is nothing more than racism and reverse racism on display. Racism in the form of DEI and reverse discrimination in the recruitment and promotion based upon race is a cancer that must be purged from American society and VMI if the goal of racial harmony espoused by Dr. Martin Luther King is to be realized. 30 seconds. I'm sorry. Well, it looks like I'm out of time. I just want to thank the board for their resolve and your continued striving to help preserve the honor and integrity of VMI. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you.
Next speaker is Laura Cross. Matthew Park, class of 2003. Dr. Park. Franklin Ladson, class of 1986. Ladson. John Lanier. Class of 94. Lanier. Beck Glover.
Good morning, everybody. A little scary. All y'all a lot more important than me, but I feel as though I have a voice. I just wanted my voice to be heard. So integrity is a core part of VMI. The honor and transparency that we hold is a defining piece of our identity at VMI. The Institute will live forever. It will be here in the year 2139. I have no doubts. Whether it will be here, inhabited by cadets, or a relic of the past, no longer contributing to the making of history, but an empty fortress that reminds people of a past crime, will forever be in your hands. Throughout the core in its entirety, the professors, auxiliary professionals, comm staff, and of course the cadets, the VMI that we recognize and cherish will cease to exist. Without the core in its entirety, there will be no VMI to protect. I'm a third classman, Rod 27. Though I have not been here long, VMI has a place in my heart. Talking to my predecessors, my professors, and my mentors, there's a sinister feeling that is here on post. Unprotected, uncertain, and cautious. Those are words that have come up in my conversations around post. We are in the midst of a culture change. If I'm not mistaken, since 2020, VMI has been through 3 commandants and is going on the 2nd superintendent. A new strategy or vision is not an automatic answer to organizational grief. When trouble lurks, we call for a new strategy and reorganization. When reorganization occurs, we usually stop at rearranging the boxes. Odds are high that not much will change. We will have chaos and even useful chaos, but eventually old cultural habits will prevail. The VMI of 2025 is an inclusive VMI. The culture here is accepting and it's loving. I think of VMI as a living organism. Over time, it must adapt or it will die out. You, the distinguished BOB, you are the catalyst to change here at VMI. I assert that there should be a representative liaison committee that works for Colonel Wyatt so that the Corps has influence and a voice in some of the hardest decisions that the BOB has to make. Professors, auxiliary professionals, comm staff, and of course the cadets should make up a portion of this proposal. This stems from everything that is transpired with Major General Wins. I can only speak for myself. But without Major General Wins, I would not be standing here today. I'm from Pennsylvania. Naturally, I have my preconceived notions of what the South would be like for someone of my complexion. When I watched the Business Insider video and seeing Major General Wins, I was relieved both by his face and his words. It filled my bones with the courage to undertake a 10-hour plus bus ride here to post. I came to VMI with nothing, but an inclusive culture gave me everything. The honors program, Building Bridges Club, pre-law society, ethics and debates, Ranger Challenge, the general committee, and of course, a boxing national champion and my brother Rex are all things VMI has given me. I hope that when I have legacies and they come back to post, the culture will be just as inclusive as it is now. Thank you.
That concludes the list. Is there anyone who has come in since that was signed up? Mr. Lanier.
Awesome. I graduated from
Mr. Lanier, you'll have 3 minutes. I'll give you a 30-second.
Good morning. Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. It's nice to see so many of you here today. Obviously, from the smiles or some of the other looks in the room, I'm not an unfamiliar face to the community here. My name, for those who don't know me, is E. Sean Lanier. I'm matriculated from Petersburg, Virginia, class of 1994. Served 24 years military, both active duty as Army aviator and logistician, and also the National Guard and Reserve while I was here at VMI. In the last 10 years, I've helped over 100 cadets from the VMI with over 80% success rate. That was not by accident. 1995, after I graduated from VMI before going to flight school, I worked for VMI admissions under Colonel Vern Beitzel, did road runner duties, and asked him, because at that time, once I finished up in 4 months, said, hey, I'm not coming back. I had to report to flight school until March 1996. Found a lot of great college fairs in the spring, be happy to make you make a playbook. Say, thank you, have a nice life. What about your merry way? I've been an aviator since I was 2 years old. That's why I came to VMI. That's what I did. A few years later, 2014, actually 2013, at the AUSA convention, ran into Colonel Beisel again and Bill Wanovich. Said, hey, Sean, guess what? We got a problem recruiting, retaining, graduating African-American males. I said that to them. He said, we just have a problem. He said, how did you know? Because I told you this in 1995. If you would have did it at that time in 2014, those would have been 04s and 05s in the military right now. You would have reduced tensions in barracks. You had a greater athlete versus non-athlete with African-Americans primarily that would have helped their brother rats consider serving. It's not a hard model. I came from Petersburg, Virginia. I was in JRTC. My father was an Army aviator, medevac pilot. My JRTC Sergeant Major was Lieutenant Colonel Cyril Archibald Hawkins Jr., PhD, African-American thinker. Got his PhD at UVA, got busted for plagiarism, fixed it, and became our assistant principal, followed by Lieutenant Colonel Clark Richards, white aviator. We had a Green Beret Special Forces Sergeant Major Jack Frost. Second. And then we also had first on the state. They taught us we had kids that came to VMI service academies across the board. But the bottom line that why I'm here today is because that was rooted in our DNA of why we came and why we served. In the last 10 years, talking to Teddy Gottwald, before I came here about investing in what we were trying to do, Jamie Inman that was on the board that had CG opportunities. If you look at the numbers over the last 10 years, implemented our plan, we should have had an addition, we should not have gone below 515 cadets at any point in time over 10 years and missed on ROTC scholarships and value between $6 million to $90 million.
Time's up. Thank you, sir.
Put that in your book. Put that as you get ready to vote on this vote on raising the tuition, look at how much students that went out of here without debt over the last 10 years and factor that into your decision.
Thank you, sir. I want to thank all the folks that have, again, come a long way to be with us and share with us your thoughts. I can assure you we take them all to heart. I'm not going to comment on any of them except for Cadet Glover. I'll tell you, sir, that there's not a person on this board that doesn't share your desire to have an inclusive culture here at VMI for everyone. Okay. Proof's in the pudding, right? So I'm telling you, you can judge it by our actions. Thank you. Thank you all. And we'll move on to core leadership remarks. Again, with the regimental commander, Cadet Brian.
Brian is an English major. He's from Loveland, Colorado, and he will be commissioning here upon graduation in the United States Marine Corps. Brian.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, Board of Visitors, Middle Winds. Thank you for the opportunity. My last time to come up here in front of you, speak. I'll try to touch on the last year. I didn't get a lot of the stuff I wanted to get done as far as the regimental side goes. That's for various different reasons. I think there's a lot of risk management that goes into it. And while I completely understand most of it, I don't understand all of it, but a lot of people know a lot more than I do. So I'm just thankful for the opportunity to have had this position and to have learned so much from it. And I'm thankful for all of you guys and being able to meet with you, talk with you about everything that goes on. So I'd like to introduce the rising regimental commander, Sir Devin Ozen from Louisiana. He's come a long way and I'm extremely excited for everything he's going to do. And I think he's going to everything I did and more. He's great. So.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen on the board, Major General Wins. I am Devin Ozan. I'm from Opelousas, Louisiana. I'm a history major. I was a regimental sergeant major last year. I'm the rising regimental commander. And this year, we've already briefed the ROTC committee board, but we're really excited about what we got going on next year for VMI. We have a really good command team going into it. All 4 of the sergeants major from last year are rising cadet captains. So forward to working with them. we really seen that we've been able to put in a lot of effort and get a lot of return from the cadets this year with the Corps. So I'm looking forward to working with y'all. It's an honor and a privilege from where I stand to be here speaking to y'all today. I can tell you 4 years ago, did not see myself standing here saying this. So
Congratulations.
Good luck, Kate.
And fellow board member Turner Gallo.
Cadet Gallo is a history major. He's from Stuart, Florida, and upon graduation, Turner is going to be commissioning in the United States Army. What branch?
Military intelligence, sir.
Am I?
Yes, sir.
Good.
Well, good morning, all. This is the last time meeting with all of you, and I'm glad it's the last time because that means I'm leaving VMI, so I'm like. Actually, it's been an honor. I'm a late starter here. I started in November. It was a tough year for the class side, but it was a rewarding experience. We made a lot of advancements in that whole closing that athlete, non-athlete divide, which, you know, it does exist, but there is sincere progress being made towards it. We have a new counseling board that we had organized with the athletic director and the CEA and OGA, which I believe has been pretty effective so far. We, I mean, you know, that was kind of a big focus this year. It was tough, but we made sincere progress, and I'm looking forward to next year. And we have a fantastic president coming from the class of 26. I've seen 4 GC presidents during my cadetship here, 5 including myself, and the class of 23 had Cameron Kavanaugh. And Cameron Kavanaugh, I'm not sure who knew Mr. Kavanaugh, probably the most fantastic VMI cadet. The model VMI man is what I think of when I think of Cam Kavanaugh. And, you know, Mr. Ankra, if you could come up, please. He's the same man I see that I saw in Cam Kavanaugh, and I'm really excited for his service and all that. So in closing, I'll say that the quality, the number of cadets since I matriculated here, I think has gone up missions wise, but I'm not sure about the quality of cadet coming in. Discipline is up, you know, in great numbers, and you're having kids come here that do not want to mold to the VMI system whatsoever. And there have been some changes discipline wise at the commandant staff level that are preventing the system from going into effect. And what we're doing is the system is changing for those cadets rather than those cadets changing for the system. That's a sincere problem. That's all I'll say. Good luck next year, and good luck to you, Mr. Ankra.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Maximus Ankra. I am from Dumfries, Northern Virginia. I'm a biology major, Air Force commissioning, and truly it's an honor to talk to you guys. I am a first-gen college student. My parents are from Ghana. I've gone to visit over there. It's an amazing place, but it does put in perspective the things we take for granted. And just the little stuff like food, water, and shelter. But being at VMI, the big opportunities that I have to be able to talk to such distinguished ladies and gentlemen and be able to talk to masses of people and also have a great education, it's an honor. And I just want to say this, our purpose for the 26th General Committee going into next year is to make sure that we're instilling the conduct and the perception and privilege system of VMI. Its purpose is the obligation of every cadet to take action, whether a class or rank, the action where the image or welfare or reputation of VMI is in jeopardy. That's something we're trying to protect. I love the school. The gentleman in the back love the school. I can assure you all the accusations of VMI, it's based off merit, it's based off character, as you clearly see. It's not about the surface level stuff. It's about how willing you are to put yourself out there, how willing you are to work hard, and how willing you are to put others before you. So all to say, it's truly an honor to talk to you guys all. Just like Devin said, it's a rat scurrying around. I didn't think I was gonna be able to do this, and it's a blessing. So thank you, and I'm excited to go into next year.
Lucky.
Elijah Alberti.
Cadet Alberti is an international studies major. He's from Fredericksburg, Virginia. And he will be commissioning in the United States Marine Corps.
Board members of the board, morning, ladies and gentlemen. Again, I'm Elijah Alberti, I'm the Honor Corps president. So I wanted to start off by mentioning some of the things I mentioned at the beginning of the year, the Honor Corps would do, and then what we ended up doing. So first, we wanted to increase education efforts across the Corps. More so to shed some light on what the Honor Corps does. A lot of you are far removed from the Honor Corps and how it worked. I imagine there's a lot of mystery behind that process, but we try to open that up a little bit more. This year, we held a mock trial in Memorial Hall to give the Corps an insight into the trial process. So we were able to see that there is two sides to this story. So that was very beneficial for those that went. The rats, we educated them more than we do any year. Those are usually the ones that have the hardest time adapting because they're new, they come from other places. And you put them all in one spot from day one. They have the demand to abide by the honor code. So at times they can be the hardest class to work with, but we countered that this year by just getting more face time with them. So that was a big effort there. And then class 25 was the only class that hasn't had 3 jury trainings. Jury training is probably the most important thing we do. At the end of the day, it's the members of the Corps who eventually dismiss a cadet. They're the ones that sit, hear all the evidence, and eventually say there's enough evidence to dismiss this cadet. So it's important that the members of the Corps have an understanding of how the process works and what is and is not an honor violation. So we up those as well. And then mentioned early on the issue of AI, how we were going to deal with that. There was a task force specifically dedicated to not combating it, but somehow including it into curriculum. And I know that's a very strategic thing that we're not really privy to yet, but the solutions right now are very reactive as far as when it comes to the honor court view it just like we do anything else, plagiarism, anything else we look at. But eventually, long after we're gone, I think it's going to be more so integrated with academics, and I look forward to that. And that's being able to use it more. But the issue right now isn't those who are using it accidentally. We're always looking at those people who are taking these resources, trying to get away with using them for the entirety of the work. So I don't want to blow it up as an issue that's way bigger than we really think. It's the same cheating that's been going on this all along. So, and then another privilege of this job is that I've gotten to sit on panels for alumni that return to post, and that's been great because at the end of the day, I can tell them that the honor system is the same as it's always been. A lot of this stuff will change, class and regimental system, but the honor system is the same honor system that you all felt and heard and saw when you were here. And I can gladly report that it's the same here. So I'll briefly introduce Grant Rose. He's an economics and business major from Virginia Beach. He plans to commission in the Army as an EOD officer. I'm sure he'll succeed. It's about everything else he does. So I'll introduce Grant and then.
Thank you. Morning, ladies and gentlemen. So my name is Grant Rose. I'm the Rising Honor Corps president. Some things we're looking forward to next year is the seamless transition that we can have with the new superintendent in Smith Hall. Obviously, we'd like to thank Major General Wynn on the Corps' behalf for everything he's done for the Corps. I know the hard work and diligence he's put into the Corps. So we're looking forward to kind of moving into a new role with the new superintendent, seeing what kind of relationship we can build with him. And next, I'd like to hit on just AI a little bit more with Eli. Again, we're still working with the dean's office and faculty and staff just to see how we can implement it in the classroom safely and how we can kind of navigate, we'll say like work for grade policies whenever it comes to that. And then again, I have a great team behind me with the rising leadership, assistant prosecutors, prosecutors, and then all the vice presidents. So we have a great team, and we're looking forward to working hard for you all, and looking forward to working hard for the school. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Leadership, y'all done a great job. It's been a pleasure working with you. And I'd like to welcome the class of 26. Looking forward to working with you guys very much. Cadets, y'all are welcome to stay. You're welcome to go too. Don't feel like you gotta hang around with a bunch of old people.
Not everybody at the table. Not everybody.
Next on the agenda is the VMI Alumni Agency's report. We'll hear from David Krasnicki.
I had to add my 10 slides from yesterday, so bear with me, don't. General Wins, Mr. Galwal, ladies and gentlemen, my name is David Krasnicki. I'm the CEO of the VMI Alumni Agencies. I'm going to run through quickly about 12 slides just to give you an update on where we are today. First, again, I'd just like to remind people just how we are structured. We are 4 separate organizations, independent of everything. You can see we're kind of like a circle. I've got the leadership that is set up for 2026. We have still have one position to fill. But I want to thank VMI and the superintendent, Dallas and his team, the dean. You know, we work very closely with VMI. And it takes that kind of partnership to accomplish some of the things that we do. Note on the bottom one, there's VMI Alumni Agencies Board. It's important to realize that there is one member of this Board of Visitors that sits on that board. I think it's very important so that we can align the agencies, the institute's priorities. Very important. Here's a little slide. Just again, we work instead of from cradle to grave, from matriculation to grave. In the barracks, it actually starts with rat send-offs. We have picnics, we have ring programs. We go through chapter events, reunions, affinity groups, and together this builds a very strong network of parents, alumni, friends, and advocates of VMI. Here are the 6 pillars that we use in our planning process. Next few slides, I will illustrate a couple of those. Look at number 6, and I think if you heard a few words from even VMI yesterday, the AFP, number 6, VMI alumni agencies, we want to be the premier employer of Rockbridge County. Try very hard to do that. It takes time to cultivate people in Lexington, Virginia. I think that's for VMI also. Here's our 25 assessment, looking at some of the six pillars that we look at. Engagement, pillar number 1, chapter events, participation has increased. Pillar 2, partnership with VMI is strong, charitable giving, and the number of donors are up. Those 2 events. Pillar 3, stewardship. You see increase in attendance. It shows that we have a strong community, strong support. All great. Pillar 5, a lot of conversation on this over the last few days. 2.5 years ago, for the first time, the VMI Alumni Agency started a branded content and what they call reputation management campaign. You can see the results. This is a 2025. We don't have 2024. We don't have 2025 yet. But you can see we secured over 30,000 views on articles that were placed in the Richmond Times-Dispatch Digital. We have 2.5 million views on video ads on YouTube, and just, you know, OTT, all over the top. So when you go in and you search or you place something on, when you're going to stream, there'll be that little commercial that comes up in front of that. Billboards, we placed billboards, and there are examples of 3 of them throughout heavy trafficked areas in Virginia. One of our billboards, they tell us, had $2.25 million, 2.2 million impressions. It means people driving by and kind of looking at it. So that is very important for us, for VMI. We'll run a little video. Again, The best way to tell a story about VMI, I think, is to let the cadets tell the story. Drive, again, in platforms, including we do 2 of these core connects every month. We have our website, we have the alumni review, we do social media posts. Here's one that I think touches on a lot of.
With my brothers both going to VMI, they told me actually that I would not be able to keep up with the physical training at this school. I took that very personally. I'm not proud of saying I came to VMI out of spite, but it is definitely my most honest answer, and we're about honesty here. So they let me in on the fact that it would be physically difficult, physically demanding, academically demanding, but they didn't tell me all of the lessons that I would learn while I was here. And I'm glad that they didn't tell me, because I think I learned a lot of things for myself here, learned a lot about leadership, and I learned a lot about myself. What I think distinguishes VMI from other schools academically, first of all, I would say the small class sizes. I've been fortunate enough to conduct research within both chemistry and biochemistry. I can choose exactly what I want to research. So if I had a discussion with my professor and I said, I understand that your research is in polymer science, but I would really like to focus on polymer science and how that might relate to the opioid epidemic. That's incredibly specific, and that's what I wanted to research. And so I got the opportunity to research exactly what I wanted, and I got exactly what I wanted out of it while being in a very professional and scientific environment. I'm on the NCAA rifle team, and I've been given a lot of opportunities through that. But one of the most important factors of that is the scholarship that I've been provided. We've been granted a lot of opportunities because of private donations, and I feel incredibly fortunate, especially when I meet those individuals who made it possible for me to go to the Junior Olympics and made it possible for me to do research with the biochemistry and chemistry departments. Has been incredibly transformative for me, because I meet the people who directly impact my cadetship and are the reason that I'm set up for such a good career after VMI. I was reflecting the other day on the opportunities that I have here. It's funny I keep saying that word, but I realized the other day I woke up at 5:30, I ran 5 miles, I went to classes where I learned things that are applicable on a global scale. And then I have the opportunity to get this great lunch in Crozet where there's tables there that you can speak a foreign language, whether it be Mandarin Chinese or Arabic. And then after that, I can go back to class. I can shoot precision rifle for 2 hours. I can sharpen my Army skills. And then after that, I still get to participate in cadet government. And I still get to be around people that I love every single day. I could not think of a single other place in the world where I would be able to do all of those things in one day.
Right, I know every one of you sat at a table and spoke Arabic. And ran 5 miles and thought the food in Crozet was good. Right? That's a sample of what we do. Good responses from those. Just a quick little deeper dive into our efforts that intersect our mission with VMI's mission, that is fundraising. Again, fundraising falls or rises year over year, depending on what's a lot of reasons. One, timing of an effort, whether we're in a campaign or not. News cycles, inflation, market conditions. There are a lot of things that affect that. And again, we're at a pretty good pace right now. Got another solid year. This is a point of pride for us. Again, this is a summary of our restricted aid to VMI. These are categories that are over $1 million. You can see there's 7 of them. In scholarships, athletic, academic lead the way. But of these 7 categories, that's 92% of the restricted aid that we give. Just think about the math. If we did it all, it's 35 million. Every 3 years, we provide to this body over $100 million of aid. We're very happy with those. Just a quick look at where our performance was. In December, if you looked at this report, we were slightly over 800 million. The March number, we for the first time over 800 million. We dipped a little bit below, but I took a little sneak peek before I came in today. We're at about 801 right now, so we're back up above. Most important number up there is inception number, 8.42% net of all fees. If you take and drive that against what Dallas said yesterday about HIPAA, those kinds of things, spend 5, you'll keep the inflation down below 4. There's growth in these numbers. Next couple slides, we like to sometimes compare ourselves to others. This is out of the NACUBA report that was furnished to us in February. Important about these is that 1 year and 5 year, you can see we're in the first quartile when it comes to returns. So of the schools, I think there were 70 some in the $500 million to $1 billion. That's where we ranked. You can see we're about 10 basis points out in our 3-year number, 30 basis point out in our 10-year number. But again, these are return numbers net of all fees. Again, to some of the things you folks, the BOB was talking about on Friday. This is again out of that report. 24 study, they call them FTEs, which is full-time equivalencies for students. We take our endowment, look at what was in the core. We have $596,925 per a cadet in the core. If you do the simple math, again, just multiply that times 4.25, that generates $21,000 almost a year for each one of those cadets. I'm very proud of that. Just so you know, number 2, about 100,000 behind us is VBA. In private, if you want to know, I'll tell you where the silver lives, but anyway, we're very proud of those numbers. That before I take questions, I want to thank Ernesto. Ernesto will be 2 years president of Alumni of VMI Foundation. He served 6 years on VMI Investment Holdings LLC, so he still has 1 more year left and has made every meeting, whether only I think 1 virtually. So Ernesto.
Well, thank you, David. I've been coming up here since 2011. I was on the Board of Visitors from 2011 to 2015. Took 1 year off, but then I went on the foundation board. So I've seen the core physical training facility being built, the aquatic center, a new scholarship hall. So there's been a lot of changes that have happened, but I just want the board to know there's a lot of alumni and friends that work with the foundation and staff, make sure that we're good stewards of the money that people donate to the Institute. I'm not going to say that it was all me, but when I started here in 2011, I think the foundation was around 200 million, and now we're at 800 million. So, my successor is going to be Lloyd Tollifer, who was a honor court prosecutor when I was a rat. So we're transitioning to good hands. So thank you.
Colleges for
What's that?
who's got the #1 per capita endowment?
It's actually a medical school out in San Francisco. They have a 2.something billion and they have a handful of students. We're number 2, UVA is number 3. So yeah.
Any other questions?
How about that day of giving?
Very good. I know. 84. All right.
I'm sorry, one other question, Dave.
Yes, sir.
So the new agency, Moody Hall is going to be redone. How's that can help your efficiencies as an agency for the new configuration?
The efficiencies for us, again, we'll all be in one building, which helps. Number 2 is we're running out of space in Rockbridge County to service some of our larger classes now. You take this society we just talked about, we had 700 come back, we had to use 3 different venues. So that's one big thing that I think we're gonna help generate some support for us. And it's needed.
Thank you, David. Ernesto. David, I know you have a 5-year strategic plan that y'all are rolling out this summer.
Yes, sir.
The BOV looks forward to hearing more about that. I know you shared bits of it. But I think there's a recognition and there's a desire from the BOV that we don't spend enough time together with the agency leadership and understanding the direct priorities we each have. And it would be a good thing for us to work on going forward is to connect better, more frequently.
Great, thank you, sir.
Thank you. Okay. Next up is the consent calendar. If you look at the agenda, you have it handy. There's quite a few items on the consent calendar. There's 9 separate ones. Does anyone have any comments or additions or corrections to anything there? Given that they're not, can we have a motion to approve the items on the consent calendar? Second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Thank you. Next up, we have committee reports. We'll begin with academic affairs, Colonel Inman. And I'll just repeat what I said yesterday. Let's keep it tight. And hit the highlights, please.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Mr. President. Yesterday, the Academic Affairs Committee met. I'd like to thank General Mareshi and his staff. We had a really productive meeting. We had 6 motions that we have forwarded to the full board that we just approved via the consent calendar. They are changes in the faculty, approval of the graduation list, approval of Jackson Hole grants, approval of changes to the faculty handbook, approval of changes to the academic regulations, and approval of curricular changes. After we did that, the dean briefed the committee on the state of the academic program. First topic we discussed was academic standards. General Mareshi explained the difference between the readmission standards, which are defined in the academic regulations and approved by the BOV, and the academic standards that determine if a cadet is in good standing on academic probation, which are established by the dean. General Mareshi intends to revise the academic standards in parallel with the revised readmission standards. While the standards required to graduate will not change, the new standards will provide cadets with a better pathway to success by making it easier to return to VMI on academic probation to address academic shortcomings in residence rather than at another college or university. That's a good move. We've talked on this board for quite some time about admission standards. The good news is we have really good admission standards that are in the academic catalog. The news that we need to improve is we need to get them approved by the BOV formally. General Mareshi is going to take it up with the academic board in the fall. He's got to have 2 iterations of the academic board to have it reviewed, and then it'll come forward to this body for our approval. So we're making progress there. The next topic General Mareshi discussed with us was GPA trends. He provided the data on GPAs broken down by class and by major from 2019-2020 academic year to 2023-2024. The data enables the tracking of the GPAs of a cohort of cadets within a major from the year through graduation. I encourage all members of the board to look at that in the meeting minutes. There's been an issue, we could do a little bit better on when we evaluate cadets for institute merit, merit scholarships. Currently, there's 1 cycle for awarding merit scholarships annually, with recipients being notified in the spring. Mareshi reviewed a proposal for a 2-cycle approach, which would make awards to students applying for early admission in December. We're in support of that. Next, we talked about SOC COC reaffirmation. I would just say things are very well. They're on track. We foresee no issues. And so I think we're good to go on SACS reaffirmation. Any of my fellow board members from the committee have any remarks? General Mareshi, do you have anything for the group? So that concludes my report.
Okay, thank you. Next up is athletics. Staying on.
Thank you, Mr. President. You know, robust meeting yesterday amongst our committee members for the athletic committee member meeting. Board member came on board, Steve Bearden, participated as well. The bulk of the conversation centered around the athletic budget, obviously, and the issue of my concerns of budgetary deficit that we're maintaining over time that we've seen. And what has been instituted through the administration, regional wins and through the athletic department is trajectory that is moving in the right direction of reducing that deficit in the next 2 years to a reasonable amount. We do rely on subsidy funding to help manage to get our budget in line. We've in the last 12 months, last year, we reached out to our Cadet Club. We emphasized the student of raising funds for operations to the athletic budget. We, from our athletic department understands it is a priority getting our athletic budget in line, but at the same time, we want to maintain cadet experience that is at high level. So we must also maintain that the institute, those resources in place. Well, there's some discussion will be in the finance committee. I'm gonna say for that. Reference some comments he shared with the group prior to the meeting. We did go on to discuss, some of those contributing factors that over the years of contributing to our deficits with the new implementation of the NCAA landscape and house settlement committee, we were obligated to period to $250,000, which NCAA fund that's going to play a major factor in our move forward in that direction. Southern Conference taking their imposed limited scholarships. This is, there's a scholarship reduction across the board, so it's always little. But Southern Conference group decided to opt out of this decision, but we'll reevaluate that in coming years to see if there's not been a final decision by the boards on the development. Also discuss the measures that the athletics would, take on this negative impact relationship for the alumni and donors. It can be impactful. Look at position of where we are athletically, as far as salaries, positions, things of that nature. So we want to be prudent of the dollars that the institute provides to the athletic committee. So we have work to do. He did discuss the revenue generation of avenues that we're been successfully accomplishing around our corporate sponsorships, the success we had with our baseball partnership and initiative the last couple weeks here. Deep revenues around basketball and football. We talked about the academic report of the high level participation of our athletes in leadership roles. We have rising first, second class athletes, for leadership, athletic discipline, facility project updates that we discussed as well. As you just mentioned, our rising third class president, Cadet 20 Allen, for the football team, showing our leadership throughout. Right, short. Are there any other comments from the committee members?
share this? Thank you very much. We're gonna go a little out of sequence and save audit, finance, and planning for last, since there'll probably be more discussion there. So next up will be core and military affairs, Ernie.
Mr. President, we spent this meeting more on ROTC and transition from the class of 25 to class of 26. So those highlights are that we received updates on 3 ROTC departments regarding commissioning of the first class, summer training of the second class, and scholarship funding. Regarding commissioning, our Army and Marine Corps detachments remain #1 in the country. Our Navy detachment's #2, and among senior military colleges, our Air Force detachment is #3, basically the same level with Citadel and Norwich. Highlights, I want to highlight our Navy nuclear cadets. For the class 2025 quota, we exceeded the Navy's new quota already, and there's one cadet who's done so well that upon graduation, he will join the Navy new commander's personal staff. So that is, he's one of 5 ROTC commissionees to achieve that, which is quite impressive. And in addition to that, we've already had 3 cadets from the class of 26 qualify for Navy Nuke. So here we are, they're having finished second class year. We're already halfway to the quota there. So the Navy's very optimistic about meeting the Navy Nuke quota for next year. And part of that, for those who've been on the board for a couple of years, you'll remember that we had to reinstitute a physics refresher for our new desired cadets, and that is indicated that is really through in terms of preparing our Navy cadets for their training. Regarding scholarship funding, I've reported out in the last couple of meetings, and it continues to be the case that Air Force scholarship funding is constricted. We're not seeing that in the Army or Navy Marine Corps. So that's just something that we'll have to deal with as we go. As a service, the Air Force has made the decision to pull back on scholarship funding, both at the 4-year and at the 2-year levels. A point I bring up, and General Ring mentioned it when we were in the meeting, because of that dynamic in the Air Force, it's going to be important for us. We have prospective cadets, for example, coming in for the overnight stays, to advertise that if they are interested in ROTC scholarship applications, to apply to all the services for which they're qualified. Even if they don't get their desired service, they may have an opportunity to pick up scholarship funding from the other service and pursue commission different service that way. So that's something that internally we can probably do a better job of than we already are. In terms of looking at the rising first class, and we heard some of that already this morning, but to reiterate, the first class president briefed us on the general committee's mission and the intent for the coming year, which includes the roles of the RDC, the OGA, and the Cadet Equity Association, CEA. And as he did this morning, he emphasized the importance of enforcing both class privileges and safeguarding the reputation of the Corps in public. And really struck on themes of accountability and the class of 26 motto, earned and not given. The rising first captain, regimental XO, and regimental chief of staff also briefed us on their mission intent regimental system, including execution of the rat line and emphasizing both rat line and old Corps proactive leadership and military efficiency. Finally, Colonel Havard provided greater detail to us on the topics that he briefed the full board on yesterday morning. His assessment of the Corps disciplinary performance compared to data in past years. And not surprisingly, there is more demerit activity in the fall and then tails off in the spring. This year, although we're not quite done yet, this year seems to be tracking that pattern within margin of error, both in fall and spring. He's encouraged by some of the efforts with regard to Conduct Pro, both to hold standard, but also enforce or incentivize cadets to have a change of heart and comply. He is encouraged, but he's not going to declare victory yet until he's had more time to make sure there's no recidivism on that, and then see how this year plays out as well. So more to come on that, but it seems like we're heading in the right direction. And then we also reviewed some of the highlights of the Club Sports program. I think at this point, I'll turn it over to comments from the committee if there are any others, but before I do want to recognize Colonel Nicole Scott, our professor of aerospace science, whose tour at VMI comes to an end this summer. She is PCSing to another Air Force assignment, but she has been a terrific leader for the Air Force ROTC department and frankly, a time of transition for Air Force ROTC nationally, and has certainly done right in terms of enforcing standards for our commissioning force cadets. So really appreciate her service to the Institute in that respect. And so with that, any other comments from our committee? Thank you, Mr. President. Back over to you.
Thank you. Next up is Cadet Personnel Affairs, Megan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate it. And I'd like to express my appreciation and gratitude to Colonel Homiak, who continues to be excellent as we staff this committee. And we welcomed 2 of our new board members onto the committee, Mr. Suarez and Colonel Hartsock. So we opened by just making sure we all understood the purview of the charter of the committee, what that entailed, and we continue to refine exactly how the committee is going to function given our quite broad purview of what we're trying to look at. We spent a large portion of our time on discussion regarding the Dear Colleague letter that was issued by the Department of Education Office of Civil Rights and VMI's compliance in accordance with that Dear Colleague letter. And in particular, the different verticals reported out their analysis of compliance with regard to that Dear Colleague letter, which is available in your materials. I encourage all of you to take a look at it. I think there's a broader discussion to be had within the board itself around compliance with that Dear Colleague letter, which I hope we will have at some point. But in general, we spent some time discussing what that looked like. And I want to take this opportunity to reiterate, as we heard from the cadets this morning, speaking about inclusivity at VMI, this board has taken under yeoman's work to make sure that all of our programming orients towards a values leadership-based curriculum that takes individual cadets, irrespective of where they come from, their immutable characteristics, their socioeconomic status, and comes to the Institute to unite them around a shared set of values and goals to bring them together to be leaders in the current climate in our country. And we have done amazing work. Brianna Williams has done amazing work, she's here, to help make sure our programming matches up with cadets' experience at the Institute as they move through their 4 years here, to make sure we are providing them opportunities to understand how to best apply these lessons learned, and make sure that it's appropriate within the cultural context of the Institute itself. And so I think that the product speaks for itself. Our cadets are amazing. I think that we are orienting exactly where we need to be with regard to our leadership and values-based training. And it's been because of this committee and the work of the committee and the staff in doing that and making sure we have that we see the kind of cadets we have and their leadership and their skills. So we are aggressively working on that within the committee itself, though obviously our purview is quite broad and broadened to include staff and faculty and understanding to make sure that we also provide similar opportunities and experiences for them as well. We spent the remainder of the committee time looking at all of the different, not specifically all the different reports, because there's many, at least 141 as we're aware of, all the reports that are required by state and federal law that were reported both internally and externally to the Institute. So it's a substantial amount of reports that go out. We kind of began to understand as a board that there is only obviously so much we can focus on, but also we only had awareness of so much that was going external to the Institute and understanding our responsibility for oversight, that we should probably better understand all of these reports, their timeline, what went into them, maybe not necessarily getting into the process, but understanding the necessity of having the oversight, especially when things go external to the Institute. So we are beginning to refine exactly what reports within our committee structure should be. We should have specific oversight over those kind of high risk areas that should be identified, not high risk in the sense of failure, but high risk just if things go badly or wrong, that we understand early and often how best to ensure that everyone is here is successful at the Institute, and that we provide the appropriate resources and oversight to all of those individuals that are executing all of those different reports. We hope that by next committee that we will have a better understanding of exactly what those reports are. Obviously not 141. There's many that don't pertain to the committee's charter, but certainly a number of them do, and to make sure that the board here understands what those reports are, those reporting requirements, and the process by which we execute those and the external reporting requirement from the Institute itself. I think that is everything. I'll give the other committee members opportunity. Jim, I know you're all the way down there, but anybody else?
You captured it.
Jim, Mr. President, that's it from our committee for now.
Thank you very much. Next up, appeals.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Appeals Committee met yesterday. We had a very short but very effective meeting. We were joined by Colonel Mercer Brook, the superintendent's representative. We approved the minutes from our previous meeting. Because of a scheduling conflict, the cadets were not able, the honor corps members were not able to join us. But that's okay. You heard from Elijah Alberti today, and you heard it firsthand, his report for what he's been focused on this year. The education of the Corps is the primary focus, and they've done a really great job with that. And Colonel Brooks believes that's true too. Colonel Brooks reported that there have been 8 drumouts this year, 3 as a result of trials. AI seems to be the driving fraction. So we had a robust discussion as we have the last 3 meetings about the use of AI and how to understand it and how to integrate it with academic use or academic programming. Accountability seems to be the other issue, false official statements. Note this. So of course we had a lengthy discussion about AI and the continuing evolution of how to understand, use it. The classroom, the department heads are still driving that discussion. So each department has a different way to go about using AI, as you can imagine, engineering, mathematics, or other STEM programs versus arts majors. But it seems to be, just like I say, an evolutionary process. I'm big rich about it. It's important to understand how to use it. It's what our cadets are going to be doing in the military and business. So that's just an evolutionary process. There's interestingly, there is some, just so you'll know, the ChatGPT, of course, is one of the primary AI sources for generating content. And there's something called Chat Zero, which is a spyware that can overlay against ChatGPT product and uncover it's inappropriate. But the biggest news is this. Colonel Mercer Brook let us know that after 16 years of serving as superintendent's representative, he's gone to, you don't know, that is, I think, the most difficult, challenging, stressful extracurricular duty that we can ask one of our faculty or staff to take. 16 years. Magnificent job of it from my interactions with him. And I know others, I'm sure, share the same feeling. He follows a line of luminaries in that role. Colonel Jay Scully, Colonel Don Jamison, Colonel Royce Jones, Ned Reister, Lloyd Duncan, Tom Bauer. I hope the minutes will reflect our deep appreciation for this board service. That Mercer Brook is committed to this role. He's going to be followed in this role by Colonel Tim Timmies, our new superintendent's representative to the honor board. He's been assisting Mercer Brook for a number of years. Katie Bauer, Tom Bauer's daughter-in-law, will be the assistant superintendent's representative, along with Mike LaRocca. So that's our big news. I hope that the Institute will find another way to show appreciation for service. Very challenging. That's my report. I'm sorry, other committees.
Just one thing, Hugh, and Colonel Brook had a chance to go to the an honor conference. I think it was down in the Citadel, met in winter time. And the returns on how VMI is viewed by other schools that have honor systems. I guess the best way to say it is there was an Air Force officer doing a PhD on honor systems. And she took in all the data and had to actually put VMI out as an outlier because our system is so unique relative to other senior military colleges and other schools who have it. And that uniqueness is driven by the passion of cadets and faculty and staff to preserve it and use it effectively the way we do. And the single sanction obviously is another. So it's a point of pride, I think, for folks like Colonel Brook and the honor corps members who had a chance to attend and then come back and relay that back to the member of the Corps of Cadets, just how we are perceived in amongst the community of schools that have vibrant honor systems, how our honor system is perceived.
Anything else from other committee members? Thank you for my report.
Thank you. Next up is external relations. Nancy.
Mr. President, Governmental Relations Director reported yesterday on the results of the 2025 General Assembly session. We're focusing primarily on funding received at state budget. Legislation impacting higher education, VMI, of course, was discussed. The houses of the General Assembly have established committees to determine the impacts on Virginia of actions at the federal level. Work of these committees, of course, will likely result in special sessions of the legislature early next fall. Spring and summer government relation visits are already underway. Then for communications and marketing, the Director of Communications and Marketing reported on media relations, marketing, and a new campaign, I Am VMI. The new I Am VMI campaign with social media boosting and digital advertising. Social media boosting has already shown a positive effect in generating new visitors to the VMI social media and websites. Digital ads are in production and they're scheduled to start a little bit later this month. We saw yesterday an example of the new virtual tour, which is on the VMI website, and the new website construction is scheduled to start later this month. Quarterly reports discussed recent media and reputation management there's a lot of focus on VMI right now, as we all know. Media attention is likely to continue. Staff is continuing proactive media relations and working with a consulting agency for assistance on this. We were also introduced to our new S5 Public Relations Sergeant, Andrew Flores, and we are in very good hands for the upcoming year. And then we all received in our onboard, but we also have hard copies here, the report from our amazing museum system. And I would encourage us all to take these home and share them. It's just a good opportunity to spread the good news and the good work and the blessing that we have in our museum system. Anyone else want to add to these comments? As always, we're very appreciative of our huge staff here that makes our committee jobs easy. That's all.
Thank you. Conrad, I'm gonna go slightly out of order. Executive committee meeting that was held on Thursday, because the sole topic of that meeting was to review the proposed bylaw changes that came out of nominations and governance, which we did and we supported. So do the nominating and governance committee report.
President, first I'd like to welcome Mr. Hartstock and Mr. Suarez to our committee. And before we get to the approval of the bylaw changes, one of the things we do in the nominating and governance committee is we look at the existing committee structure. And one of the recommendations we did make is for the executive committee look at breaking up the current duties of the audit, financing, and planning committee. If you look underneath that, that committee is also in charge of post safety and security. And it's cadet safety and security, property safety and security, emergency management, information technology and infrastructure, and cybersecurity. And given the demands of the audit and finance committee to understand the budget and also the importance of safety and security for the candidate and everyone at VMI, we think it's best that a new committee be formed or the executive committee find a way that those items be tackled and given the appropriate time frame. So we did make that formal request. We did have one change to the bylaws. I don't know if all of you saw those in section 6, number 9. We had to strike any 2 members of the executive committee may call a meeting of the committee in the event of the resignation, removal, disability, or death of the president. Our counsel, Mr. O'Leary, did inform us that there was a statute 23.1 2502 subpart F that it looked like we would be violating the state law. So as a result, that was the only change that we made to the bylaws that all of you had received and updated. I would like to thank Mr. Edgar for all his hard work in sending these proposals. Mr. Gottwald also for reviewing, and Ms. Todd, who helps me very much in terms of getting my head straight around some of the process and procedures. So with that, this is a formal motion to you, Mr. President, that those change bylaws be adopted by this board. And may I have a second?
Second.
Okay, thank you. So the vote is for those changes that everyone has seen. That have been posted with the one modification of the sentence being. It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you. The other things in our committee that I brought up, exciting stuff is I think it's important that in this period and the time of the next board that somebody sit with Mr. Wyatt and go through our bylaws to make sure that they're, I would call them clunky. That's not a legal term, but just to make sure they close in it and that we anticipate certain things that may occur. And one in particular that we're going to talk about in closed session is the nominating and governance aspect. I did provide everyone on my committee copies of how other schools in Virginia do that. Doesn't mean we have to adopt anything, but it's good to have what other schools are doing and how they operate and decide whether we don't want to change anything intentionally or whether there's some good ideas that are out there. I think the only other issue is the officer nominations that we're going to talk about in closed session. We were informed by council that can and I believe it should be done in closed session. And the one person I want to thank a lot is Mr. Wyatt, who helped tremendously in terms of turning documents, emailing me at all strange times in the morning so that given our different schedules, but I cannot thank him enough for getting this material to me. Those were the big items that we discussed in our meeting. Does anyone else in our committee have any comments or anything? Mr. President, that's my report.
Thank you, sir. Ad hoc Superintendent Search Committee, which is jointly led by Jamie and Ernie. I understand Ernie's given the.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. Some of this will be redundant from the conversation that we had at lunch yesterday. Forgive me for that, but I thought it was important to provide more detail and put it in the proper context so that everybody understands what has been done and where we head next. During the first week of March, then President John Adams appointed Jamie and I to form and then co-chair the ad hoc Superintendent Search Committee. As of March 17th, we had assembled and announced a search committee comprised of 13 members, 7 from the board and 6 from outside the Board of Visitors, and they are their title is advisors, but they're effectively members of the committee. This committee draws from and represents the broader VMI community in many significant ways, including non-graduates, multiple graduates, each from the decades of the 1970s, 80s, 90s, and early 2000s. Career military officers, including 1 general officer, 1 flag officer, members of the committee who served a full career in the service, people like me who served a little bit, and people who didn't commission at all. We have faculty, staff, representation from the agencies, or said a different way, we have representation from academics, athletics, and military, all with proven leadership records both within and outside the institute. The search committee has already met 3 times. We had a virtual kickoff on March 20th. We had an in-person kickoff with our search firm on April 7th, and then we had an in-person session to conclude the search firm on-post listening sessions on April 22nd. With regard to the search firm, as I mentioned yesterday, simultaneous with assembling the search committee, we solicited proposals from search firms who were already contracted with the Commonwealth of Virginia. And from these written submissions, we selected 3 firms to provide oral presentations. Jamie and I attended those. And then from those oral presentations, we selected Buck and Baker, who we heard from yesterday. As previously noted, the search committee held its in-person kickoff meeting with Buck and Baker on April 7th. Subsequently, Buck and Baker released a survey, which all of y'all received and hopefully were able to participate in. That survey was open from the 10th to the 17th of April to solicit feedback from a broad array of the VMI community, including alumni, faculty, staff, cadets, and parents. Of note, and the Buck and Baker team references yesterday, we received almost 1,500 responses, 70% of which were from alumni, And that is easily the most responses they've ever seen on any kind of a census survey like that. So with those results in hand, Buffett and Baker held multiple feedback sessions with faculty, staff, and cadets, including the search committee on post for the 21st to 22nd of April. All that feedback is culminated in a draft position profile, which the search committee received for review on April 28th, so earlier this week. And once finalized, which we expect to be done by the 1st of next week, the profile will then serve as the basis for both the active and passive recruiting of we touched on this yesterday, but I want to emphasize the overriding priority of the committee is to develop a candidate pool of the highest quality from which ultimately the full board will select our 16th superintendent. As we discussed yesterday, the goal of naming a new superintendent by August 1st remains aspirational, but it is not dispositive. To be clear, search committee is not driven by an artificial deadline, by the quality of interested applicants. So with all that said, the initial steps that I've outlined have all occurred on schedule. We expect that our next decision point will be an assessment of the depth and breadth of our candidate pool sometime around May 31st and 1st of June. That assessment will then dictate the scheduling for semi-final and final interviews that will ultimately lead to naming the superintendent and having an individual in place and the appropriate date for that. So that concludes the formal report out. James, is there anything else you want to add? Okay. Questions from the board? I guess the last point that I would make, and Jamie has been even more emphatic on this as we've met, is that the search committee will be and intends to be transparent where it can be. Obviously, when we're doing personnel search, there's certain things that it's not appropriate to release at certain times. But with all that said, we have a separate search committee website. It's on VMI.edu, and I encourage everyone to go on that site, and it describes in greater detail the timeline that I've listed. But the search committee is committed to being open and transparent, not only with the board, full board, but with the entire VMI community as we progress in our search. And so with that, questions?
Very nice website.
Very, very good. Thank you, Mr. President. That's it.
All right, thank you. Kate, let's have the report from audit, finance, and planning, please.
So we kicked off the meeting with a brief from the audit team from APA, Scott Booker, Cindy Ramsey. They came in person, which was a very nice touch to be able to have them in the room. It was a very brief because the top line was that they will be issuing an unmodified opinion. There have been corrective actions taken on seveal items that have been flagged last year. There are two of the lesser type of deficiency that were identified that Dallas and his team are working on. They did highlight some new accounting standards that are coming online for the next year that are going to take some additional work. And Dallas and his team are already working on that and have a plan in place to deal with that. So by both sides, descriptions is a very good working relation with them. But these things go a very positive discussion. The second item I just want to flag is connected to Conrad's statement about what we discussed in noms and governance. There were numerous conversations we couldn't have with some of the folks that report into our committee just because of the volume of the jurisdiction committee. And so we really look forward to being able to have deeper conversations when we reconstitute committees, hopefully, with some of the folks we weren't able to engage in this time around. And then the last piece that took up the bulk of our time was a discussion about tuition and fees budget, particularly the athletics budget as well. And I mean, first I should thank Dallas and his team for just the enormous amount of work that goes into providing us the materials, various scenarios and options. And we moved right into question and answer. We did have two new board members come on to the committee
But I don't think from the extremely robust discussion we had, you would think that anybody was new to looking at our budget. And we have a lot of experience on the committee. So issues that came up, affordability, continued discussion about the sort of the out-of-state tuition piece in particular, athletics, a budget, and a need in the future for some strategic cost cutting. We went through actually, I think this is for everybody knows, several rounds of voting on a motion related to tuition and fees. So we were deadlocked as a committee on 0% tuition increase, deadlocked on 2.5% increase, and where we landed was a motion that is different, that I think nobody has it in their board. Is that right, Dallas? But I'll read some language just to be official about it. And let me just back up and say, because we had a discussion about having some very specific direction in the budget related to the athletics component. And that was, let me read you the two pieces and then I can talk to you about how the motion breaks out. This is probably why Teddy demoted me in the order, being a little clunky on it. So the motion that the committee approved with respect to the tuition and fees element specifically is the VMI Board of Visitors approves the fiscal year 2026 VMI operating budget, which includes a 2.5% tuition increase for Virginia cadets, a 1% tuition increase for non-Virginia cadets, and a 3% fee increase for both Virginia and non-Virginia cadets. And pause there for a second. The second component, and we ended up voting as two different motions on this, was to include a direction with respect to the budget. The athletics subsidy will be limited to $750,000 fiscal year 26 and will be evaluated during the January 26th board meeting with the opportunity to increase the amount to $1 million based on satisfactory fiscal year 27 projections to show the operating deficits of approximately $500,000. Do you want to give any meat to what you? I just read that. It's very clunky. Do you want to explain, not argument, but just the mechanics of what you're talking about? However you would like.
It's kind of hard to talk about the mechanics without explaining it.
Let me try to at least put it in context, maybe with Dallas's help, which is if you look at the budget materials that you do have that have been provided and Dallas had walked through, the not projected, the planned amount that would have to go from reserves to cover the athletics budget is what dollar amount?
In the two, pardon me for not standing, the two scenarios, we have a subsidy for athletics of 1.28 million. Actually, in both scenarios, 1.
It's the same for both, right? And so this second item that we specifically discussed and ended up having a motion on that agreed was instead of that 1.2 plus now that it would be capped at a $750,000. You would have a follow-up discussion about it in January, as we always do when we adjust the budget. And depending on what efforts had been made to try to attempt to find alternative sources of revenue to get the athletics budget down to a place where only $500,000 was being given to athletics in the next fiscal year, there could be an adjustment upward. So, does anybody, just mechanically, does anybody have any questions about how that might work? So in committee, as I say, we sort of separated these two just to make it a little bit cleaner. There's no reason we have to do them as two separate motions, but I would think the right course is for me to just do these as we did them in committee. And so I would bring forward the first motion from the board or from the committee, which again is, and I'll just read it out again. It's just about the tuition and fees component, which is the VMI Board of Visitors approves the fiscal year 26 VMI operating budget, which includes a 2.5% tuition increase for Virginia cadets, a 1% tuition increase for non-Virginia cadets, and a 3% fee increase for both Virginia and non-Virginia cadets.
Could you say that again?
The VMI Board of Visitors approves the fiscal year 26 VMI operating budget, which includes a 2.5% tuition increase for Virginia cadets, a 1% tuition increase for non-Virginia cadets, and a 3% fee increase for both Virginia and non-Virginia cadets. So that 3% was in both scenarios that had been offered to us and are in the materials. And the difference is you saw one that was 0 across both, one that was 3 across both, and this one bifurcates them and makes it 2.5 and 1. So that motion is from the committee. It's on the table.
Mr. President, I'd like to offer a substitute motion.
Substitute motion? Okay.
And I'd like to speak to the motion after. I'm going to move that the Board of Visitors approve a 0% increase consistent with what we were briefed on by General Clark. I think it was called option 1. And that would be for the upcoming year for the tuition to remain the same and the fee structure to remain the same without an increase.
So yours is, your substitute motion is 0% on tuition and fees.
That's correct.
Okay. Just for clarification, I think option 1.
I think option 1 had the fee. So my substitute motion is option 1, basically.
So that would be 0% tuition increase and 3% fee.
Consistent with option 1.
Consistent with what we heard as option 1 from General Clark.
I'd like to speak to that. So we were briefed at some length by General Clark. He went into great depth and detail on it, and he offered us 2 options that were to be considered by AMP afterwards. One of those options was that we maintain tuition for both in-state and out-of-state students at the same level as it is today, and that he could make that work financially, and the institute could make that work financially with a modest 3% increase in fees. The other option was 2.5%. The difference between the revenues generated, given the projected number of incoming cadets, was 780,000, I think, approximately. And that, based on what the general briefed us on, that was a reasonable number that we could make with certain adjustments to funding, especially looking at some of the reserve funds that we need to pay down. At this point in time, going into fierce competition with our near peer institutions and also with every other college and university in the Commonwealth of Virginia and in the region, for the brightest and the best college age and college eligible young men and women, as that population is going to decrease drastically over the course of the next 10 to 15 years. It's, I think, critically important that we, as the board, signal that it's a high priority for us to preserve the affordability of VMI education, both in-state and out-of-state students. And by making affordability a priority, we will enhance accessibility for a broader range of potential students to come here. And I think that'll help us set ourselves apart from our near peer institutions, from the other colleges and universities in Virginia and the region, and will help us continue to bring the brightest and the best here and meet our numbers for enrollment in this upcoming pretty challenging environment that we're going to work in. So that's my motion, that we keep tuition set at its current level for both in-state and out-of-state, and that we incorporate the 3% increase in fees that General Clark has briefed us on, that he believes he can use to make this work financially for the institute.
Okay, you've made the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Second. Okay, so let's have some discussion on this. Our discussion yesterday went a long time. And this is an important topic. So we'll take some time here, but we're not going to go as long as we did yesterday. Just to put some additional facts on the table, the 2.5% increase for Virginia on tuition would be $258. For out of state, the 1% would be $420. And the 3% increase on fees, which is in this motion, is $660. Okay. Comments?
I'll start. I just don't think it's financially prudent to do a 0% increase when you have funding that's decreasing at the government level. You're going to have financial pressure from Northern Virginia that you're already seeing attack the government. And I've seen this before in other boards, that when you don't increase tuition and you end up having a shortfall, you have to increase it sometimes twice as much. And we already have an existing budget deficit, and this is going to increase it. When you have reserves, there's no predictability of what's going to happen in the future. And if you look at these amounts, they're not significant in terms of overall percentage increases of 258 and 420. Not saying that it's not relevant, but I'm saying in the overall global perspective of what we're trying to do here. Also, when you look at admissions, our recruiting department has done very well this year, and we're meeting those goals. And I think when you're competing, my opinion is you're competing for a specific portion of graduates, not everyone. So when I look at this and what I've seen in the past, while I understand the goal is to keep tuition down to zero, I don't think it's prudent to do that at this time.
And to that.
I'm sorry. Go ahead. Jose, go ahead.
We have to preserve the mission of VMI in this budget, that's important. But I'm in agreement with Mr. Janus. At the end of the day, if you look at, there's some conservative numbers in the budget. And I think looking into the future, there are ways that we can reduce costs without really affecting the mission. I think it's a very strong message that we send to have 0% tuition. Because at the end of the day, you have to look at the parents that have to afford their kids coming to school. And I think it sends a good message from the board. We care. And at this time, we're going to do this for you. And it's going to help us to retain people. And that parent who's looking at VMI said, I cannot afford it. And I know it may be a small cost, but it's still a big cost for some people. So I think I support a 0% increase.
Thank you.
Thank you. I support Conrad's comments. I'd just like to add to them. I believe we heard statistics about other college, or not statistics, statements from other public colleges as to their plans, and those that have announced their plans, all of them have some tuition increase plan for them. In terms of our peer group, all of our peer groups are raising tuition to some extent. Our management, our administration has recommended 2.5% tuition increase for both in-state and out-of-state, 3% increase for fees. That's a recommendation of the folks that manage our dollars, manage our budget. That's their recommendation. I don't think it's prudent to make a statement or with respect to a 0% increase. That will potentially sacrifice delivering quality to our faculties. I think Conrad made an excellent point. About 0% 1 year, you're going to have to catch. We may have to catch up in the future. So prudence to me would dictate. I would follow the recommendation of our administration, but I will support the recommendation of our committee. The 1% increase on out-of-state tuition. Mr. Oswald, you shared some very good, important statistics showing that we are number 3, I think, in the state, or maybe 4 behind 3 other institutions on out-of-state tuition in terms of how high it is. So a 1% increase there could help adjust that metric. But a 0% increase, I think, is not prudent. I think sending a statement just to do that in the face of our recommendation from our administration, it's not pretty similar support the motion.
Thank you. I don't want to have the last word on this, so I'll go next. Just a couple of comments from observations from the meeting yesterday and also from working with the team over the course of the last year. The F&P. Expenditures in this budget are going up 5%, 5.3%. That's obviously exceeding inflation. There's a number of legitimate reasons for it, which the administration shared with us. The frustration that I feel and that a number of the AF&P committee members feel is that we don't see the offsets. We see and hear about the reasons for the increases, but we don't see the effort or the results anyway on what's being done to reduce costs to offset those necessary increases. I too support the 0 and 3 Bill's motion. I think we can do it. Even also note that a large portion of the deficit trying to fund is athletics. We're going to talk about that too.
Guess I'll go next.
Go ahead, Ernie.
Sorry.
We'll go to. Go ahead.
All right. So obviously I'm not an AFP committee, so I've got an outsider's perspective from committee deliberations, but I don't think it's a secret how I feel about tuition, and especially out-of-state tuition. But I want to emphasize it's both in-state and out-of-state. And I take Teddy's points at full face value, but even if we assume for the sake of argument that there is an offset to be gained this year, the real question is where does the revenue come to match the 5.3% increase? And as I looked at what General Clark presented yesterday, I am comfortable that we have the revenues to meet those requirements without raising the tuition amount, either in-state or out-of-state. My own expectation coming into this year was the cost would increase about 4%. Turned out to be a little bit higher than that, but when you look at the revenue projections that General Clark presented yesterday, the revenue rose at 4%. So that struck me as being a bit on track, even with some assumptions that I thought were perhaps overly conservative. We'll see how things shake out in reality with matriculation and with old core retention. But I think what tips the balance for me is that there are reserves that we ought not be holding on to forever, that we do need to spend down. And so as there are a lot of different factors in play, enrollment being probably the most sensitive one for our purposes, I think we've got I'll use the word luxury, but I think we've got the discretion to hold the line at 0% tuition increase. Obviously, fees go up 3%. That's a compromise for me. And we are exercising fiscal prudence in doing that. I guess my only other point, and I sort of made it on Thursday, is this is a this year challenge for us, and this is a 10-year challenge for us in terms of overall accessibility, affordability, and how, as General Clark explained yesterday, you've got tuition and fees, you've got private support, you've got state support, and some other things, and then it goes up the third floor of Smith Hall. They swirl it all around, and then they program it out in different ways. But to me, the way I visualize it is those inputs, that's for us as the board and for future boards to try and set it in a direction so that affordability and accessibility can be guaranteed for the next generation of cadets. And coming back to the today problem, I think we're in a position where we don't have to raise tuition. We'll have to engage in that problem next year, knowing that state support and private support are the variables that will determine whether or not we need to do anything with tuition. So apologize for the length of debate, but that's my view.
Thank you. We'll go to Steve next and then cover you guys.
So in the committee yesterday, I voted for both motions, voted for zero, and then I voted for Conrad's compromise. I'm very sympathetic to Conrad's arguments. But I think part of the reason that we've gotten into this position was because of enrollment issues. And I think we have to enforce the discipline that we cannot rely on projection of enrollments in the future to solve this problem. I think the discipline we need to exhibit is in budgeting. And I think that's this holding the line at zero, which I don't like, but I support for the purpose of enforcing discipline that I think may or which has kind of gotten us into this position because of the dip in enrollment. We have to take that enrollment issue seriously because we can't, it can't be a solution for all our problems. Because you can end up having a lessening of your standards in order to if enrollment is driving the budget. And we have to protect ourselves against both those things. So despite my concerns about a 0%, I would support the substitute budget.
Thank you. We'll go to Terry next and then Jim.
I can't say much better what Conrad said. Working both budgets in the military and industry, you have to have a healthy reserve. I don't know what that number is for VMI. I'm not on the audit committee. If we want to spend it down to pick a number, we just have to have a healthy reserve. The other thing is, like Conrad said, you can call it the yo-yo effect. You're going to come back. I guarantee you next year, we're going to sit here, who's ever here, and you're going to say, we committed a foul. We didn't increase. We're going to have to, because what's inflation? I guarantee you right now that inflation is going to go up. Okay. I mean, every day if you pick up the newspaper, it talks about inflation. I mean, food, look at the cost of food. She's got a bill for $100,000 for buses. Last year, the bus costs were $60,000. So compound that with everything what Dallas has to pay. We're going to be facing a deficit in the year next year.
Okay, thank you. We may or may not face a deficit that very well could. The budget will show one in either case. And just to answer your question, what's a reasonable reserve? Either of these puts us at the ragged edge of at the bottom end of where.
And as person who's managed a ton of budgets, I would be uncomfortable.
Jim?
I do think, I think Terry's points are well taken and very relevant. I do agree with that. We've been hearing consistently for the last couple of years that we're going to face a cliff in terms of demand for college. And so I think that's also a threat that we face. And by going with 0%, I think that helps. Also, it may send a good message to increase our out-of-state possibilities in terms of attracting more out-of-state students, which generates more revenue. I think it's, you hear from a lot of the legacies in terms of their concerns about pricing going up. And so I think there's some goodwill there that we could capitalize on that could help us. And what I've been hearing since I came on the board is I think this is feasible just based on the numbers that General Clark has presented. So there's an element of risk, but I think there's also risk in terms of the price point that could cause us some problems. So I'm with 0%.
Thank you. 1 second. I think we're reaching sort of the declining return for board member comments. I'll ask if there are any more. I want to give the general the final word on this. Body.
And quickly, what we talked about yesterday in I support the recommendation from the administration. And as it was presented, I think we made adjustment to that motion to allow one. I think I'm in support of it.
Thank you. General Wentz.
Yeah, just a couple of points for the board. Just to refresh our memories on a couple of things. Number one, if a 0%, either in-state or out-of-state, is enacted for this year's budget. In-state, this will be the third year out of 6 where 0% has been carried out. In those other 2, I believe the administration was recommended in an effort to bring down, to flatten the cost curve of education for in-state students. And then obviously, this will be the second time out-of-state students. If you go back 15, 17 years, I don't know, but I would tell you there was little to no effort to manage increases in this way. And so we recognized it probably over the last 4 years. And so the charts that Dallas showed a 6-year average of about 1.861, a 2% increase for in-state, and then a 2.53. The other point I'd make about the fund balance. Our fund balance is and has remained just under a quarter of our overall budget. So somewhere between 24 and 26 million. The forecast for 26 budget shows it coming down in large part because we're going to begin to spend and put use of the E&G portion of those funds, and then we're going to get after delayed and deferred items to include start and continue the forward momentum plan for forging 21st century leaders. We went through COVID and did not have to lay off anyone among us to staff. The majority of our budget goes to people paid, roughly about 70%, give or take. We didn't have to lay off anybody during COVID. I had to lay off anyone over the enrollment decline of the class of 26 in that period. If we continue to do the 0% with the idea that there's cost cutting that can be achieved, it is going to affect the academic and the military experience here at the Institute. We've already deferred and delayed a number of programs, which are the programs that we intend to use this year to get after. We prioritize the ones we could, and so thus, as a result, we always came back in our execution having returned in the black, having spent our budget. So I would just ask the board to consider. I obviously agree that Institute's position is what we were after, but I certainly understand because the out-of-state portion of our tuition, that sticker price, continues to represent the problem. So my recommendation would certainly be that the board adopts the 2.5% to begin to just nudge the gap up a little bit and the 1% for out-of-state.
Thank you, General. I'm going to bring this to a vote now unless somebody has a strong desire.
I just have one question. Is the second part still open on the deficit for the athletics? Is that's not?
Okay.
That's what I want to make sure.
The vote here is simply on tuition fees.
Substitute motion though said Dallas's original. I think that's why I want to make sure that it's clear.
Right, and the motion itself says we're adopting the fiscal year 26 budget.
Which has the deficit.
But I think if we do, and Alice, correct me if I'm wrong about understanding our order and how it gets effectuated. If we were to, as a full board, adopt the second motion with the direction, I think that will effectuate a change to the fiscal year 26 budget, right?
it will effectuate the dollar amounts that are afforded to athletics. In terms of sequencing, I think we'll know broadly what the agreement is and come back and adjust it accordingly, but
I think, how, what do you think of that? I mean, it seems to me that what effectively the second piece would be editing the first one sequentially. Okay.
So it's okay to go with this motion.
Yeah.
And then, are you okay with that, Keith? Okay. So the motion is to approve the budget with 0% tuition increase, 3% fee increase. I'd like a show of hands of all those in favor, and keep your hand up. I have a feeling need a close count on this.
And Teddy, real quick, I just want to recuse myself from this vote as a paying parent of Cadet. Recuse myself.
Okay. All right.
So this is the substitute motion, right?
This is the substitute motion, and I vote as in favor of 0 and 3. Motion. All in favor, raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. All opposed? 1, 2, 3, 5. Is that correct? Counting correct? Okay. So the motion carries. Approve the budget with 0% increase in tuition, 3% increase in week. Okay. Thank you. Kate, you want to go to the next piece, and if you want, I'm more than happy to provide some background.
I will let you do that. Let me read it one more time and just make sure, again, want to make sure that whatever we ultimately vote on is giving clear direction for what Dallas and his team need to implement. Wording we had formulated in the committee yesterday was the athletics subsidy will be limited to $750,000 in fiscal year 26 and will be evaluated during the January 26 board meeting with the opportunity to increase that amount to 1 million based on satisfactory fiscal year 27 projections to show the operating deficits of approximately $500,000. I will just add a note of explanation. I listen to you, Conrad, from a sort of whatever we do in nominations and governance to, I assume that is effectively an edit of, it's with a specific direction on how Dallas would administer the budget, but also an edit to one line of the budget that we just approved.
Thank you. So background on this. The athletics budget is always a tough thing. But for the 10-year period from 2013 to 2022, it stayed relatively balanced, plus or minus 100,000 on the bottom line within a year. The money was found to make that happen. And over that time, the fund balance overall for athletics went from negative to positive. In the COVID years with less activity in athletics, and with a break in the absorption of fixed costs, of indirect costs, the budget, the fund surplus grew even more for athletics. The last 3 cycles, it's gone the wrong way, and it's grown to $1 million deficit per year. The board has consistently at this meeting in spring, the last 3 cycles, expressed our concern and has continued to say that it's unacceptable. This problem needs to be fixed. In essence, don't come back next year with another $1 million deficit. 3 cycles that's occurred. And when you look at where the total fund balance, the the discretionary money that VMI has overall for hard times, or for anything else, that number is getting down at the low end of our range. It's under 9 million projected at the end of 2026. We cannot, we've said that the deficit, $1 million deficit is unacceptable. Now we're saying it's just not affordable either. We've asked that this problem be fixed, and there's activity, but there's no visible sign of progress. And in fact, the budget's going the wrong way, or the proposed budget is going the wrong way for this year. The administration says it'll be fixed in the 2027 budget cycle, which is 2 years out. We haven't really agreed on what fixed means. Their projection for 2027 right now is about 600,000 deficit. I think in our proposal, we're saying 500,000 is acceptable for now. It's still a big number, but it's a recognition that this is a tough nut to crack, and that athletics, Division I athletics for a small school like VMI is a tough proposition. To do that in 2 years isn't going to be easy. But if we go the wrong way this year, going up, above 1 million, that's even worse. It's been frustrating that we haven't seen a plan. We haven't seen projections for how to get there. And what this proposal does is it says, come back to us with a credible plan. Show us how you're going to get there in the 2027 year. And we'll give you until January to do that. Come to us with that plan. If you do it, and we're comfortable that, yes, that's credible, that it can happen. We have a good shot at getting the 500 next cycle, then we'll add the 250,000 back up to $1 million for this year. So that's the thing.
Mr. President, I'd like to, and I'm not a lawyer like Mr. Janice there, I'd like to offer a substitute motion. Restore it back to the 1.28 million. I think that if we did Jamal and his staff, very small as they are working as hard as any individuals I've been encountering. If we put the onus on them directly to say, come up with, I'm not sure, I mean, I have all the faith in the world they've got, but for them to develop a plan in the next, 6 or 7 months, it's going to be a major task for them. I think the other issue is if you send this message to the Corps cadets, you have people out there that, I mean, you talk to them you talked the other day about bringing in more females. You talk to females and they say, the main reason I come to VMI is to play Division I athletics. We are going to put ourselves in a position where we're not going to be able to afford Division I athletics. If that's the signal we're going to put out there, we're going to find ourselves in a very bad situation, not only with the alumni, with our friends and our families, but most of all with our cadets. So I put the motion that we restore it. I would say give them at least until the full year cycle, come back and tell us. We have to give them some help to come up with a plan. We just can't put it on them to build this plan.
President, I second that motion.
Okay.
And I'd like to speak to.
Before you do, you just respond, Terry, to what you're saying, then you'll go next. I think this motion that came out of AFP sends the message to everyone that this will put ourselves in a position to afford Division I athletics. I think continuing to see the deficit grow is saying, everyone knows this is not sustainable and something's gonna blow up. So I think that this accomplishes what you're saying we need to do. Plus, this isn't a short period of time we're giving them. We've given them 3 years to fix this. So go ahead. Yeah.
There are 228 NCAA Division I colleges in America. 28 of them operate their athletic budgets in the black. 200 of them operate their budgets in the red. Athletics is supported, subsidized by 200 NCAA Division I colleges. We're one of them. We have the biggest challenge, having 1,500 students with the athletic leaders in charge. I think they're a bigger challenge. But we are going to subsidize. We have to subsidize our athletic department. We're not a Big Ten or an ACC or an SEC college that is going to have the revenue that's going to put us in the black. We are already, I think we've talked with our athletic department, we are cut to the bone. We cannot cut anymore. And I think we all have recognized we're asking them to increase revenue. That's the only solution that we're putting on them. By January, show us where you're going to come up with the revenues. It's not cutting. We've cut to the bone. We're not wasting money in our athletic department. We're asking our to solve this problem with more revenue, and that's unrealistic. We need to subsidize and support our athletics. Athletics is one of the 3 legs of our 3-legged stool here at VMI. We're going to send a message that we're not going to support athletics. We're going to cut athletics. That is the wrong message. So I don't understand the logic of asking our athletic department to solve this problem with more revenue in 6 months. That's just unrealistic. We need to support athletics. This is not an outrageous amount of money for us to spend to support athletics at VMI, and we'll send the wrong message if we
I speak to that as well. So again, I agree with both these gentlemen. As we sit on the athletic committee and recognize again, and you said VMI is in a very unique position with the size of our student body still sustaining the decade after decade after decade talk about the importance of remaining a Division I school. We optimally, and we do absolutely, and have a responsibility as a board to make sure that we are managing the institute with fiscal responsibility. VMI is number 9 in the Southern Conference relative to funding we're putting towards athletics. It's not that the VMI athletic department is overspending per se. We do need to recognize that we are in a very unique time within the economic environment within the Commonwealth, and frankly, within the nation. A lot of uncertainty there. I speak to that as an adjutant general that's managing that, the dual federal state budget. The Institute, the administration has put together a plan over time, and it is towards 27 to begin to set incremental change towards the positive, towards the athletic department and funding, and are making positive direction with that. Now, again, not as much as we would like it to be, but the board really needs to recognize, just as shared, that then the size of the school in Division I, we will not get to the point a moneymaker out of Division I athletics with the size of the institute. You are very, very unique. The core environment where the athletic body is a big part of that does need to be done. And again, absolutely do support the budget committee and otherwise to continue to do the hard work, budget analysis of how we support now a new athletics director, and to allow and frankly work with them, not hamstring them managing. We do drive towards fiscal responsibility. Same time, we're not hindering programs.
Other comments?
We hear from the.
Sorry, Steve, go ahead.
I would just reiterate that I don't think we're talking about not subsidizing athletics. It's a matter of degree, a matter of what we can afford. And I think where the AFB ended up yesterday was a bit of a compromise from the original proposal, which you have before you, is that we need to stay on top of it. And I understand Admiral's argument and I'm new to the athletics committee. So I don't know whether or not we can cut. I do think this board needs to stay on top of it, and a 6 month, or I suppose kicking it to a year, I think is what we need to do.
Steve, I have all the faith in the world in like 1, 2. How many more people you have on your staff? 2 more? I mean, on the administrative staff.
Oh, Benny and Phil. So
They have 4 people.
Well, the big issue is if we're going to remain Division I, we've got to be able to afford it. That comes both on how much of the subsidy can we afford? And the alumni want Division I to be behind it.
I think that the alumni are 100% behind 16th Division.
It's got to be. And you understand, Division I will never be affordable for this school. It is not affordable for out of the 200.
What numbers?
200 out of 228 are operating in the red.
But how much can we ask the non-athletes to, it comes down to that, to subsidize? It's important, it's very important to the school. And so I think we need to make that point. We can subsidize it to a point, but we've got to understand that it's an expensive proposition that's got to find the funding. And it can't be from non-athletes. If that's, I apologize for stating that bluntly, but some ways you can look at it.
I mean, and the discussion was discussed.
Let's move on.
Okay.
Let some other people.
I think I shared, told yesterday in the committee, yesterday in my committee show freshman and, but if you don't mind, to hear from the AD, what type of implications that we face if we're looking at this type of.
I just want to say, at the end of the day, I want to make sure that we're good stewards of the budget. We obviously do things the right way. I know we don't want to put a financial strain on any of the institute. I want the institute to thrive and survive. And, I think for me, what I want to always do is think about the cadet athlete experience and make sure that that's number one. There could be some opportunity, there could be some things with what we're going where it could affect personnel, could affect operations. I want to make sure that that doesn't affect the experience, because that means that we may have athletes and coaches that may not want to be here. We want the best for VMI, and I know that's what everybody wants. At the same time, I also realize that there are opportunities, and you talked about it the other day, that we can look at creatively. One thing I would like to put out is game day parking as an opportunity to maybe raise some, generate funding for football game days that we haven't had the opportunity to have. I know different people have different opinions about alcohol or beer sales, but I think there is another opportunity there that I would like to at least have the board always consider. But I think, at the end of the day, Andrew Deal and his team are doing a fantastic job from a private support standpoint, as well as Dallas. I know that there's some opportunities that we can do from a revenue standpoint, but I always go back to cadet athlete experience. By doing this, is it going to affect the cadet athlete experience? With travel, with lodging, all of those things. But I do agree, and I'm enthused. I'm excited to figure out how we can make this work. Dallas and I talked around 7 a.m. today. We're ready to go, we're ready to figure it out, whatever we choose, whatever the board chooses. but I at least want you all to hear from me is, I just don't want anything to affect the cadet athlete experience or just the experience of a cadet in general. Because athletics, I wrote this down. Athletics is the front porch of a university. That's what a lot of people say. It's not the most important room, but it's the most visible. The perspective of that means that athletics helps the image of the university. In college, athletics attracts attention, publicity, and its success can enhance the university's reputation. An attractive front porch enables the university to leverage the athletic program to benefit increasing enrollment, cadet experiences and donations. So this is a very big part of VMI, and you all have a very big decision, but that's the biggest thing. I want to make sure the opportunity for our cadet athletes experience. So sorry, sir. Thank you.
Appreciate it. Right. Any other board members want to comment? General?
Yeah, thank you. So Compete to Win is about ensuring that the young men and women that we recruit have Division I like athletic experience. We've made some progress as evidenced by just the performance on the field of a lot of our sports teams. I'm reminded in the committee of how we got into the situation that affected the budget, which has largely been what occurred during COVID, unfunded mandates, increase in indirect fees that was outside of what had normally been applied to the athletic budget as an expense. I also would just remind the board that we put on the table last year 2 proposals to align the resources that would go towards the athletic budget. 7% and 9%, where the overall fees would not go up any higher than 3%, but alignment of the resources go toward the budget. And as I mentioned that, I reminded the board that in 2015 and 2016, the athletic fees went up 81%. Okay, if we went up 81%, it resulted in percentage of athletic fees relative to the total of auxiliary fees being 58%. So 58% of the athletic fees was represented in that whole number of auxiliary fees. Fast forward to 24, our auxiliary fees have gone up, as have the medical portion of that cadet facilities fees. The athletic fees now represent 56% of fees in total. Everybody bears the brunt of fees. It's not just non-athletes, it's everybody. Everybody bears the brunt of those fees. We have put in motion a couple of things, 6 recommendations that the athletic department looked at very hard and recommended to the administration, to me, which I approved, which put in place. We asked the alumni agencies to resume raising funds, operational dollars, which they've been told not to prior to 2020. Okay. And as a result of that, with things like Compete to Win, where they're raising over 300,000, it's going to take time for those efforts to continue to grow. A key component of this, getting us out of 9th place, ensuring that Compete to Win takes hold, ensuring that the athletic experience for our Division I athletes is what we want, is going to require some effort and some commitment by the whole of the institute if we want Division I athletics to continue. And that's why the campaign is so important, and a component of the campaign being a recognition that endowed funds can and should be commitments to ensure that Division I athletics can be self-funded, self-sustained over time. And what it will do is push this problem out far enough, because this problem comes back every few years. It was accelerated because of the things I talked about at the very beginning. What happened during COVID, the unfunded mandates, the salary increases and increasing direct fees. There have been changes that have been recommended. We talked about the athletic fund balance. And as I recall, the fund balance was predicted to go to 0 in 24. And because of management by the athletic department along with Dallas, the fund balance extended another year. So again, in the management of what we're doing, they are working extremely hard to ensure that the things occur to try to balance where we are with respect to resources, but ensuring that the cadet athletic experience is what it should be for these young men and women who come and have every desire to be a part of the 3 legs of the stool.
Thank you.
Eddie? Just a little more discussion. Is there a middle ground? What if we look at Virginia in terms of tuition and increase that and go with 0 out of state?
We're just on this is simply on athletics, right?
Okay, all right. Well,
It's not get that one back. Anybody that hadn't spoken want to add anything? And Terry, your motion on the table is essentially, let's don't touch the budget that we just approved.
Correct. Restore the, what is it, 500,000? Yeah.
We haven't taken it out.
No, it's projects
Approve the
one-
budget as it is.
Yes, correct.
Yes. Okay, yes, sir.
Without making the adjustment.
Yes, sir. Right.
So, and I vote is to keep the deficit at 1.28 million. It's in the budget. Is that right? Okay. Again, keep your hand up. All in favor of keeping the deficit at 1.28 million? Raise your hand. 2. I guess we're back, or all opposed. Okay. So I think we're back to needing a motion. Back to that motion again. All right, so we'll vote on that motion. Which is cap the BMI contribution to the read it, please.
The athletics subsidy will be limited to $750,000 in fiscal year 26 and will be evaluated during the January 26 board meeting, with the opportunity to increase that amount to 1 million based on satisfactory fiscal year 27 projections to show the operating deficits of approximately $500,000.
Thank you. So an aye vote on that. All in favor? Aye. Aye. All opposed? And the motion carries. Thank you. That's the end of the committee reports and business of the open session, unless somebody has something else.
What committee report? I don't mention it, Jamie, you may have, but we welcomed a new member to our committee, Dr. John Dent, faculty at MCT. Did you mention that? You
know, but thank you.
Well, yeah, and he joins Dr. John Gumpton, who's been on our committee for how many years now, John? You forgot. Welcome, Dr. Dent. Appreciate it.
Thank you for that. Thank you. Okay, so that'll end the open session, and at this time
And can everybody stay in their seats while he reads the motion so folks back home can hear it?
Take all the fun out of it. It used to be the time when Bill Boland was doing it, that everybody got up and stretched their legs. So at this time, we will enter closed session. I entertain a motion that the board go into a closed meeting to discuss matters related to the employment, assignment, appointment, or performance of specific public officers, appointees, or employees of the public body, evaluation of performance of departments or schools of public institutions, higher education, pursuant to Virginia Code Section 2.2-3711A1, related to the appointment of board officers, the appointment of an acting superintendent, and or discussion of individual personnel matters, disciplinary and other matters that would involve disclosure of information contained in the scholastic records of specific cadets pursuant to Virginia Code Section 23711A2, related to discipline, sexual assault, and honor court cases. Consultation with legal counsel regarding specific legal matters requiring the provision of legal advice by such counsel pursuant to Virginia Code Section 223711A7, pertaining to actual or probable litigation of the Institute. Consultation with legal counsel regarding specific legal matters requiring provision of legal advice by such counsel pursuant to Virginia Code Section 223711A8. So a board member, second. So all in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Awesome, congratulations.
Congratulations, fantastic.
That's so cool.
Also, it's an amazing heart to adopt.
How are we doing, Bill? We're good.
And what are we gonna do about that feedback?
All right, we'll try to keep talking while you work on the mic. Are we good? Okay. The first item of business, is the election of board officers for the 25-26 year. Conrad?
President, thank you. We propose the following slate for officers for next for next year. President, Mr. Inman. Vice Presidents, Mr. Edgar, Mr. Gottwalt, Ms. Todd. The at-large committee member would be Mr. Garcia. Secretary would be Mr. Wyatt. And as the representative, from the student representative would be the first class president. That is my motion.
Thank you. Is there a
Second.
second? All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Second item is, the election to essentially fill in the missing members from, or the vacancies in the current, executive committee or officers of the board for finish this year.
Thank you, Mr. President. The nominations for the executive committee would be appointing Ms. Todd from the at-large to a vice president, Mr. Inman as the vice president, and Mr. Garcia as an at-large member. That's my motion.
So moved. Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Now I'd entertain a motion for, acting superintendent, the appointment of acting superintendent.
I move that the Board of Visitors appoint Dallas Clark to be the acting superintendent to fill any gap between the departure of Major General Wins and the arrival of the next superintendent.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Thank you very much. There's one more item of business. We passed 3 resolutions in the consent agenda, and this board would like to recognize service of General Wins to the Institute and to the country. And I ask that Ernie Edgar read the text of the resolution into the record here.
Thank you, Mr. President. A resolution of the Virginia Military Institute Board of Visitors. Whereas Cedric T. Wins earned a Bachelor of Arts degree in economics from VMI in 1985. During his cadetship, he was a standout member of the NCAA basketball team, where he finished his career among the top 5 scorers in VMI history. Upon graduation, he received a commission as a field artillery officer and served 34 years in the United States Army, retiring at the rank of Major General. Whereas Major General Wins was the first commanding general of the U.S. Army Combat Capabilities Command, the Army's Organic Science, Technology, and Analysis organization dedicated to developing combat capabilities. During his Army career, he held positions in the Office of the Deputy Chief of Staff G8, the 2nd, 4th, and 7th Infantry Divisions, Combined Army Support Command, and U.S. Special Operations Command. His overseas service included the Republic of Korea, peacekeeping in the Sinai Desert, Egypt, and wartime service in Afghanistan. His awards include the Distinguished Service Medal with 1 Oak Leaf Cluster, the Defense Superior Service Medal, the Legion of Merit with 1 Oak Leaf Cluster, the Bronze Star, and many others. Whereas in 2020, the VMI Board of Visitors appointed Major General Wins VMI's interim superintendent and later the Institute's 15th superintendent. He assumed these duties amid a tumultuous time. Under Major General Wins' leadership, VMI successfully navigated a worldwide pandemic, social unrest, and a decade-long decline in admissions applications. He led efforts that resulted in a 70% increase in state funding and procured major funding for capital projects. During his tenure, the Institute received funding to improve post-wide safety and security, update barracks, renovate and expand Nichols Engineering Building, and replace Moody Hall. His efforts modernized the Institute's strategic enrollment infrastructure, resulting in the 2nd largest number of applications in the school's history. He also focused on the well-being of the Institute's faculty and staff, finding the resources necessary to ensure all VMI employees
receives salary and benefits competitive with other Virginia institutions of higher education. In 2023, the Board of Visitors approved a strategic plan which charts the path for the Institute to produce the nation's leaders for the 21st century. Therefore, be it resolved that the VMI Board of Visitors expresses its sincerest gratitude to Major General Cedric T. Wins, class of 1985, for his leadership and dedication to the Institute, and to hereby confer upon him the status of Superintendent Emeritus, given this 3rd day of May, 2025, Thomas E. Gottwald, class of 1983, President, VMI Board of Visitors.
Thank you, Ernie. Appreciate you doing that. At this time, if there's no further business, I'll ask for a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second? All in favor?
Aye.
Thanks, everybody, for the good work. Thank you, Ernie. My pleasure.